So, all right, so that title is wrong. Um, I'll get better at that. Actually, updating the um, stream information before going live. But there we go. Okay. Manual message, fixing that automated message. Anyways, if you're tuning in, I hope you're having a wonderful day. I'm hey okie dokie. Thanks for tuning in. How are you? How's your day going? It's pretty good here. I'm just setting up for a relaxing evening. After a busy midday. Oh, good. Good to hear. Good to hear. So, hope you're able to find some time to relax as well. Um, Maybe the stream will help you do so. For me, um, I think the stream will be relaxing. I hope it will be relaxing for other people. Uh, I think the subject matter isn't actually that relaxing. It's if you could tell by the title, we're doing some pretty technical stuff or some stuff that's pretty out of my wheelhouse. I'm grew up using VS Code IDE, and it's okay, but I got my feet wet in neovim, and it's just been great. Except there are a few issues. So, um, let's just see. I mean, I could probably list a few of them. Um, this works. So, yeah. Okay, so we're using some languages, for example, that I guess are more obscure than just regular JavaScript, regular Python, regular Go even. Um, we're using Temple, we're using HTMX, which are less commonly used languages, and so the syntax highlighting um, for neovim just out of the box or is pretty terrible. I can't imagine going back to using a regular just text editor with no plugins or features. Thanks. I mean, I worked a little bit to get this stream ready actually, so it's cool that you're appreciating the music. It's if you want to listen to it, I should put a link in the about page of the stream actually. So this is a good reminder to do so. I wonder if this will work. I'm gonna try it /marker and then put music link in bio. So the point there is just so I can share with you, this is some music that's so gracefully given to us by Harris Heller, who's another streamer, Senpai Music, Alpha Gaming on YouTube and Twitch. Excuse me. And he just has a huge repository of music called Stream Beats. And so that's going to help us get through this tough time, because configuration can get to be stressful for sure, but it's better with music like this. And And then using neovim, initially learning stuff is stressful as well, but I think using stuff like this and getting my feet wet and continuing to push myself a little bit will be better if we actually, first of all, get LSP support for the languages we're using, which are more obscure languages. So you got that covered. The next is, okay, so this is just more LSP stuff. The next is where I think some of Vim tooling really shines. Let's get rid of this cookie notification. Discount. Cool. So on the forums, we're looking for all the ways we can possibly extend neovim. And one of the ways is just with, first of all, just a huge reason neovim is better to get into than just regular VI or Vim, which is just clip for support for times when noobs like me panic and just have a panic attack. So that hasn't been working, so we're going to try and fix that, and we're going to try and fix some cool stuff, which is searching for files and searching for strings within files and finding and replacing them. That's something that I think VS Code does very, very well. Let's see if I could give an example. I think I can open VS Code on here. I wonder if, yeah. This should be fine. We just go here. I mean, this is just an example of code I wrote on my Windows desktop for now. And like, all I have to do is Control-Shift-F. You get this super handy search bar up here. This is VS Code, by the way. And I'm very used to just going Control-Shift-F and then typing in, let's say, image, and seeing everywhere it's used across many files. And there's a tool called Telescope. So let's see if we get back to Telescope. And I did a little bit of preliminary research just to try and get some something like a window to pop up at the bottom and a list of places where a string is used. Just having something similar to VS Code example you just saw, that's my goal. And if this interests you at all, I know coding can somewhat seem daunting, just coding in general. Or, I mean, to make it even more general, just doing something new can seem very daunting. But getting an environment set up where it makes it just a little bit more friendly. So I'm a huge advocate of doing some major exploration before you go in deep. Like, there's a point at which you have to go in deep and become an expert at something, but you should really get your feet wet with everything. That makes, like, if you just say to yourself you're getting your feet wet with something, there's not a huge commitment to it. It makes it less of a hurdle to try. Like, getting your feet wet, that's I'm signing up for just that. I can do that. There's no failure case for that. And then just a series of getting your feet wet many times, that's what informs the environment you then create to go in deep on something. And then by that point, you're prepared to go in deep because you have that environment supporting you. And the series of getting your feet wet with a bunch of different things, it actually has prepared you. Like, it's made you take baby steps that have added up to a much larger amount. So I have this way of procrastinating, actually. So I mean, we should start actually getting this IDE support going for Temple and HTMX in my version of neovim. Let me see if I can connect my computer right now, because we're streaming on a Windows machine, but I want to be coding on Linux, so let me try and get that set up. Moment. It's supposed to be black screen, just bear with that for a second. Ooh. There's one thing I need to turn on. I'll be right. Just like seconds. Let's go, we're dancing. Easy. Wow. We're all set up. And I'm Linux, which is great. I just have such a breath of fresh air. Like, just seeing my screen pop up on my computer and on screen as well. Like, I'm back home. I wish this feeling upon everybody, where they can just get a digital space they call home. I don't know if that's feasible. Well, no, I do know that that's feasible. It takes a lot of work, but I hope there's just an opportunity for everybody to explore and put in that work and get to a place they feel comfortable. So here we are, just testing a few things out, and actually just using some therapy with ChatGPT. Let's get out of this stuff. And this is actually my repo that anyone could go view actually for, let me see if I can copy and paste it. It's the repo that I'm using for the initial vim.file neovim configuration. But if you're not using this, no worries. We're just gonna, this is just what I'm gonna be modifying. Okay, so if I remember correctly, we're neovim configuration by default is in your home folder, so we're already in the home folder. Let's go to .config nvim, right? And then let's see what's in here. I think this is it. Okay. I was trying some stuff out with clipboard, but yes, this is exactly where we are. We're in the right place. Let's try and get this tempo ID support box going. So let me get that up here as well. Tempo ID. No E in there. I swear it was very easy to find this very early on. Where are we looking for? Looking for tools. We use this for IDs. And so Visual Studio, very easy. It's just one line in each of these configuration files. For neovim, it's the rest of this page basically. So we have a little bit ahead of us to go through. This is probably the hardest thing out of the three things we mentioned: LSP support, fuzzy finding strings, and clipboard support. Tempo LSP support is probably the hardest thing. So we'll get over the mountain first. Let's try this. That's our Go page. Let's get into neovim actually. So here we are. And we're looking for it's actually fuzzy find. The actual file tree works, so we can go to LSP and see if we have any LSP stuff. I think this is where we need to be. And we do not need this massive file tree, so close that down. Okay, so local LSP config equals require LSP config. We have that line by line. Here we are. And then we use a loop to conveniently call setup on multiple servers and map buffer local key bindings when the language server attaches. Is there a... Do we need to explicitly declare on attach? Because I know we have capabilities here. We don't have on attach. See, what local service do we have? We want to have, let's actually go to let's add temple to this list. All of our local servers. Are these all our options? I refuse to believe these are all our server options. I think we have to, like, let's just go for Go. Actually, let's skip the Go language server for now. I don't have a problem with how Go shows up. We'll show an example of that. Tempo. Let's just try and get Tempo working one at a time. So. Maybe this wasn't auto-formatted before. Seems like we edited a bunch of lines. Okay, anyways, let's go to just any Go folder. You know what? Can we get out of Fussy Find? Can we get out of the current working directory or no? Maybe we just need to open up a new terminal and go to this. And then let's do one of these. Yeah, Go looks fine. This is Go code, and it looks like it's all highlighted, syntax corrected, perfectly actually. Looks like it's perfect, so we don't need Go PLS. Sorry for the. If you haven't heard, Starbucks doing very, very poorly. Just in the stock market. So. I never go to Starbucks, and I don't really drink coffee either, but in solidarity, let's pour one up. You can't grow forever as a company. Anyways, okay, so we're not going to try and do, whenever, let's exit out of here, when these docs say Go PLS, we're not gonna be following Go PLS, but you should probably. If I just have a previous configuration. If you're doing the same thing, then maybe try and do all of these. We're actually good. So let's go back to actually, let's see what happens if we type these. So we have HTML LSP ready. We're auto updating. This is all done through Mason, by the way. Let's see if Tempo is an option. Just way down here. P-R-S-T. Tempo. No? Okay. Let's get out of here for now. Let's go back to our LSP folder. LSP file, I mean, and for everything other than Lua, we're going to add onattach equals onattach, and hopefully that doesn't break anything. Okay, well, looks like onattach is just Did Starbucks really say that? Spicy drinks will be made with the Starbucks. What is it? Sorry. Let me get here. I don't know if I can read. If I can read what I'm reading. Maybe because of their semi-new drink options. Spicy drinks will be made with the Starbucks spicy chili powder blend. I mean, I'm not gonna judge what people want. Like, I know there's Shamrock Shake, there's Grimlock Shakes, that's McDonald's, but there's also like Frappuccino Shakes, that's Starbucks. Maybe there's a demand for that, but apparently overall there's not. Like, people have had it at least somewhat because the demand is down. Like, they're just based off their quarterly earnings report. They just had pretty bad numbers. Oh, spicy lemonade makes way more sense. Still, like, Starbucks isn't the place I'd go to for lemonade. I don't know where I'd go for lemonade, but not Starbucks. Unless it's just for the person that's there and it's just basically renting a seat there by getting drinks once in a while throughout the day. Citrusy spice, I get that. That does make more sense. I can get behind that. That sounds sort of good. I don't know about you. To me, it sounds good. But not everything that sounds good is good. I guess Starbucks just learned that I don't know if it was the citrusy lemonade that did it, but basically everyone's addicted to coffee. So, like, or at least all white-collared people are. So it's hard to imagine a business like Starbucks failing. So Starbucks really has to be taking some lessons from this right now, hopefully, if they want to survive. Okay. I'm just going to do this vim.filetype.add. Well, first, let me make sure SP info. It's asking me to see which language servers have started. So LSP info, let's try that again. And we expect to see temple in this list. It could be because, so it's asking us to add this line, basically. Which I don't mind doing. Let's try this for now. We might have not even saved it. Let's relaunch Vim and see how that works. Well, now we got temple installed for sure. That's great. We now see temple installed in this list. Menu of spicy lemonade above. Oh my gosh. Starbucks' site is so bloated. Get out of here. What? Well, okay. This is just featured. So it has all the Frappuccinos as well. Okay, I was like... So it has 3 new lemonades. Let's see. Is there nutrition info about this? Let's see about the like something similar to an Arnold Palmer. I love me an Arnold Palmer. Let's see if we order this. Will it tell us how much we're how healthy we're being? First of all, never allow me access to my location. Full nutrition. Get out of here. Full nutrition. Okay, basically 0 fat, 0 protein. It has caffeine in the lemonade. Natural green coffee powder in the lemonade. Okie dokie, it is coffee. Maybe it's not coffee, but it's... There's some coffee in here. It's like maybe half a cup of coffee in the lemonade. And then the rest is sugar. Like 43 grams of sugar, 15... Is it milli or... Yeah, I think it's milligrams of caffeine. So this is like a... Okay, this is not the spicy one. Well, it is spicy strawberry, but there's a chili one. Spicy chili powder blend. Oh, it was part of the strawberry lemonade. Okay, let's go. Spicy chili powder blend. Maltodextrin. It's basically the only sauce ingredient. I mean, this chili powder blend, you're just drinking sugar, basically. It's not, these are all like, I expect most of these, but yeah, the powder blend is just sugar. Oh my gosh. So you're drinking sugar and caffeine, which is just the recipe to get it. Holy. Holy. I could never drink sugar. That could never be me. anyway, let's get back to our own form of crack, which is the... Thanks for sharing that cheese. I mean, I was never Starbucks target market. I don't know about you, Okie dokie. That's a great find. I will debate anyone about this. Lemonade is not sugar. Lemonade is lemon. Should be lemon juice for first and foremost. Like lemon juice, water. Crappy lemonade is sugar, but real lemonade is like, it's in the name, it's lemon. Alright, you know way more about Starbucks than I do. I was just, I mean, I'm not, and that's not an attack by the way, I'm just like so far out of the loop with Starbucks target market. This is a mug that was gifted to me. Not sponsored, by the way. I don't know, I just keep showing the logo. I don't know what the rules about that are. But it just happens to be my mug for the day. What does it say down here? It says Starbucks registered. Jeez. I don't know, it's very legal. It says like Starbucks registered. I don't know if you can see that. It's upside down. Copyright, Starbucks trademarks. I think a lot of fast food places are doing that. Anyway, I mean, we got the first step. Let's see. I want to see how well our tempo files are. I mean, we should stop closing the Go subdirectory. We gotta go back to GitHub. /go echo and let's go to our views and let's go to like to do create.tempo. Okay, it's not great. How do we rerun Mason LSP? No, but honestly, I mean, I sort of love multitasking, so it's funny to think about the spacing in the natives. So you can see, it's hard to see, I think. Yikes. Let's close the file tree temporarily. This is supposed to be beautifully syntactically highlighted, and right now it's just white, which is not terrible. Like, it's default text editor stuff. Alright. Take care, okie dokie. We want to get this beautifully syntactically highlighted, like if we go to any Go file, I guess, like this, that's just so much more beautiful than this. So I just got some mixed news. That shouldn't just let me get my phone out of the way. Sorry, I just had it out here for a second. But let's focus up on this. So let's get the IDE support page back up. Wait a second. So we were looking at HTML code. Tempo code is this is tempo code up here and down here, but I guess the rest of this is HTML code. So we have basically a duty to try and see if we can get HTML and HTMX files in here and syntactically highlighted. So like, let's look at our Mason list. We should have some type of HTML something here. We have what we need to for HTML, I think. What about HTMX? Can we install this HTMX LSP? First of all, let's go back to HTML, make sure we have everything we need there. I mean, we have HTML LSP. That should be good enough. HTMX LSP. Oh yeah, okay. It shows us. I'm just guessing which LSP we need, but we have HTML LSP. Do we have HTMX LSP? Let's see. I'm so used to typing HTML. Can I install this? Is it letting me? I feel like I tried to install HTMX LSP and it was causing issues. It's taking quite a long time to update crates.io index. Let's close out of this. Let's actually close out of everything and open it back up and see what LSPs we have now. HTML LSP. We still don't have HTMX LSP, so what if we type L? Okay, so what is Mason doing? We go back to why can we not? Wait, first of all, let's update what we can. Escape to get out of the filter. Update what we can. Oh, what? Installing. So Pyrite isn't installed with npm? That's good to know. So even though we're using Python, we're still using npm behind the scenes. That's pretty funny. So okay, let's go to the HTMX LSP page because I think it's just not installing correctly for us. That's not a good sign. It's so over. We're trying to use you. That's I have to assume I'm getting got from htmx.org, from the people behind htmx themselves. Okay, so we want lspconfig.htmx.setup. Is that the same thing here? Yeah, so let's copy both of these files and go into the, even before you have the language server installed, let's quit out of here, and go to our LSP page. And undefined global unattached. Let's just get rid of that for now, I think. Unless we see it defined later. So I'm going to instantly assume Mason LSP config extends LSP config, and then down here is where we're actually doing our setup functions, like for example lua ls.setup. I think that's a fair assumption. So for HTML and HTMX, we want basically the same configuration. Okay, let's add back unattached. Just comment it out. And then do the same configuration for HTMX and HTML. So this is the end of the Lua one, and then we'll pattern match for HTMX. HTML. That right? No, let's just do HTML first. First of all, okay, hold on, wait. I want to see HTML in a list somewhere. So HTML, fine. This is good enough. We have HTML here. Actually, you know what? This might be why we can't install HTMX. Let's try HTMX. Is that like a server, or are we just about to crash our vim configuration? And then we go back to we save this as well. then try installing HTMX again. Can we do it? We don't have cargo. Is it asking us to have cargo? Do we need cargo, really? Let's see. We do have cargo in our system. I've never heard of cargo before. Okay. I'm gonna give this time to install, and while I'm doing that, I'm gonna see if any like general internet hallucination can see if we've any general hallucination can really help us out here. I am trying to I don't know why I capitalized that, and it is punk. We've successfully installed other LSPs, so I don't know if the problem is with root. Do we have Rust installed? Do we need Rust? Or is this just an LSP, AI hallucination? It says we need both Rust and cargo, but I'm not taking that too seriously. I think we just need cargo, because it's just running cargo. Okay. Let's cancel out of this. And actually just cancel out of this and run cargo up. I've never used cargo before, so If you are setting up a new project and the directory does not contain cargo.toml, that's cargo new project name. So let's go to our config and set up cargo there. So cd and maybe cargo new fake Rust, because we're not trying to use Rust. We're maybe someday, but nothing we need with HTMX should rely on Rust. Is that the, yeah, fake Rust. And did it create cargo.toml? Oh, it created fake Rust. Jeez. Cargo init. This heavy. Okay, fine. Let's go to neovim. This is our last folder. That's cargo init here. Okay, now that we're in neovim in both of these places, make sure cargo.toml is here, cargo.lock's here. Great. Let's get right back into Vim and just try installing HTMX again. But LSP for HTMX. You know, we don't have to have HTMX as an LSP. In fact, maybe it's nice to, this is copium, but maybe it's nice to not have to, not have autocomplete for all the messages. So let's get rid of cargo here. Sure. And then let's get rid of HTMX. Okay, so Mason is the command I just run to. This is what Mason brings up. Let's let's see what init.lua has. Nothing? Okay. What about oh, get out of here. Rust also. No, I actually am fine with that. Mason. Get HTMX out of here. I think we're good. We just had to remove that line. So LSP config. Now this makes this part a little bit easier because we just need to pattern match HTML and write the function according to exactly to the specification of the IDE support. So we could probably even copy and paste this in. We don't have any unattached settings, so get rid of that. We also have Tailwind, so I swear I'll get better at this a little bit. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it just takes time. Practice this a little bit. It's good enough, and I think Prettier will format the rest. Or Lua's own language server formatter. Is that what it's called? Make sure we have Mason. Make sure we have Tailwind CSS. We do. What else do we have, actually? We have Lua language server. We have TypeScript language server. We have all of these. good enough. Let's be consistent with this. Let's call this tailwind CSS. Yeah. And let's go up here. Let's call this all of this, because yeah, eventually I'll write some JavaScript and be cool to write that in neovim. And finally, let's do init options. User language is a built-in thing, I guess, for initialization for Tailwind. Because it's seeing this. I'm not sure if you can see this. This is like a... You'll see it in a second. Tempo equals it's being very clear with what it wants me to write, which is great. And then in here, first of all, let's scroll a little bit. This is what I just wrote, but then in here we have to fuzzy find tailwind. Do we not have a tailwind config? We should make a tailwind config. I'm not sure if this is going to work because we basically where did we create that? Home Daniel GitHub? No. We did not want it there. We wanted it in, we wanted it here. So let's... And then hopefully the CD end. There we go, quick. And then in here we want to configure all of these. Okay, alright. I didn't mean to do that. I just meant to undo our command in the file. Let's see. There we go. And then just undo. Okay, code actions. What do we do? Convert to an ES module. That works for me, you know? Okay, I think that's enough configuration on a Go project. Let's get out of here. Nice. And let's continue with our IDE split. Is there any place we used buff rate pre before? I think we just use, I think we have a Vim API command here with a, we have the auto command LSP attach, so we should have the ability to leave the, outside of this function, we should be able to create auto command or buff rate pre. Let's try that. Okay, zoom out a tiny bit. let's actually do this outside the LSP, after the LSP config, so undo that. Make sure we end this tailwind function. And then feasibly that should be fine. We don't need a key binding yet for this. Let's troubleshoot this. Okay, so which go. Yeah, easy. We got go, we got bin, go PLS and tempo. Nice. Starts the language server. Help text. Nice. First of all, okay, let's save this. Undefined global variable tempo. And CSS function. Okay. That's just an error on our part. We can fix that. Oh, yeah. Classic semicolon colon mismatch. What if we just set this? Does it complain? It still has an error. Hold on, wait. Zoom way in. Jeez. Missing symbol, comma. Of course. It's probably missing another symbol here as well, right? What if we go without the comma? Let's restart Mason. Mason update. That's exactly what we want, I think. one last check for HTMX. Okay, so the build failed for HTMX LSP, but nothing we could do about it. That's fine. Get out of the full log. Everything else seems okay. So what happens if we open our Go project now? Make sure everything's up to date. Everything's all good. Everything's installed, no errors. And then just open the tempo file. Let's try it out. No. Okay, let's add a line and save. Did it not? Like this? Let's see unattach. Let's try unattach equals unattach again. Uncomment these. We need to do anything specific for tempo. I assume it wants something like unattach equals unattach. We should at least be getting HTML syntax highlighting. We have the right. What if we Mason update here? Okay, let's. Let's clone W. Custom settings or key bindings for the tempo LSP. We don't exactly need stuff like that. But we do have some custom key bindings. We have LSP attach. Okay. So for this guy's LSP, he did something very similar to me. Ah, okay. So this is the right way to create an auto command. Okay, let's look for help on some of these below functions. We should be able to type help vim.lsp.start. Okay, so we don't need unattach for these two servers. That's what's causing the issue here. But what we could do is could add something for temple specifically. Have all the same capabilities. But then unattach. Have a custom function. And we sort of yank this. I think we need to end here. Do we? No. We end down here. And then we could just get rid of this. No. We do have to end here. We end the unattach. Then we end the setup. And then we keep the end here. I think we're good. I wonder if this does auto formatting. Okay, no, we're good. Not sure I'd like that, but we're it's readable if we're not like just in a mini view. Yeah, okay, so we have Lua ls in here. So let's try lsp info in our other buffer. So what does lsp info give us? It's detecting the LSPs. So is it just saying, nah, you're by yourself, don't do... We're not helping with you with that syntax highlighting, are we? What is it supposed to do? It's supposed to syntax highlight a little bit for us. Is tempo part of our local servers? Let's make sure. Yeah, we have the formatters, we have tempo. Okay, so what I'm realizing is we just want syntax highlighting. I'm not sure the LSP will give us this. This is what we're looking for, though. We were looking for syntax highlighting the whole time. So we do actually have the LSPs ready, which is great. I mean, that's 1/3 of what we wanted to do, but we should get syntax highlighting going. So how do we even do this without Fundle? We want to do this with lazy. You know, we could... How do we do other stuff with lazy? Let's remember how we do other stuff. Do we have any? Simple configuration? Yeah, I guess, I mean, if we have like a really simple configuration, we can add it in the init.lua as well. Event buff repre. That's exactly what we want to do. So let's get all of that into no. That's so one of the things we're working on is our copy and paste isn't working at all. So it's a little frustrating. I guess we'll just have to type it out. In this new tab, let's get okay, and then that's TP in. Let's copy this. And then event we want buff read pre and buff new file. That's right? Just comma separate it. Not necessarily a comma at the end of either of these. No, yeah, this should be fine. Can we colon W colon Q out of here? Yeah. That just makes things easier to read. Anything else to leave? Let's reinitialize them. Can we update all of them? Let's go to page 3. We should just be able to. Now, what happens if we go to update? Okay, now what happens if we quit out of NVim here? Let's try it. And find the queue and leave m.this. And go to views. Let's do layout base layout.tempo. Look at this! Great! It's not just wait. I will say, header. These are blue tags. Oh, you know what? It's quite nice. The beginning tags are blue, the end tags are yellow. It's a bit of a strange dichotomy, or contrast. I think it's appreciable. So slash marker, let's see, we got the LSP working. Let's actually test that out. Whoa, so we can write any of these tags. The HTML LSP is certainly working. What about tempo? Tempo, of course. New. Closes everything. And then in here, if we just start typing HTML, auto closes that. If we type the snippet, it will open and close it and center it for us. What if we save? Get into normal mode, W. Let's write something in here. That wasn't a fair test. Let's do like A and do a snippet here. Text.go. My link text. And then let's save that. So it's a little bit weird with the indenting, but it's quite a good user experience boost from just normal. Okay, I was wrong. I was trying to delete that whole snippet. I'm sure we could do it with better Vim skills, but we'll have a chance to work on those better Vim skills because we have syntax highlighting, we have LSP completion. This is like a 300% bonus. I don't even know what 300%, I don't know where that's coming from, but this is a huge bonus. This is a huge, huge bonus. So we can get right back on the bandwagon with the Go project as soon as I get back from being away. This is step 1 of 3, if you can believe it, but this should be the hardest step. That's actually slash marker there, and we'll go on to our next part, which should be getting that disgusting clipboard issue that we actually saw when trying to set up the LSP. We'll get that ready for the we'll get that fixed. This might be like 1/10 of the time we're working on getting the clipboard fixed. So should be so much of an easier way to slash marker. That didn't take us even 2 hours. Could be so much worse. And we mostly figured it out by ourselves. I mean, with the resources we had available to us. Pardon me. What's up, guys? Hope you're hope the first half of the stream's been relaxing so far. I think I sort of shot myself in the foot in terms of doing that extra configuration. Let's go back for a second. Let's actually quit out of here and fuzzy find. Like the LSP configuration. I'm not going to change this instantly, but when we come down to temple, we have custom unattach that maybe doesn't have all the capabilities of HTML. I don't even think we need a LSP config for tempo. I think we could just get rid of this and just have this command somewhere else. Now that we know that we just needed a formatter, a highlighter for just tempo, just by itself. Oh man, it's really storming out there, jeez. Hope you guys don't hear the lightning too badly. I know I sort of have an airplane mic, but I don't have airplane headphones, so it might seem echoey to you, but I don't think you hear much of the noise in my apartment. But I hear all the noise in my apartment. It's trust me, it's much better. It could be much crazier. But let me know how you guys feel about it if you're watching this. Well, we're actually going to start on a much easier problem now. Let's zoom in a little bit. Why is it so hard to read text? Okay, so this should be huge for both of us. What's the difference between Vim's clipboard unnamed and unnamed plus settings? Let's get our settings up as well. Thank you Go Project. You've been a great way for us to test our LSP, but we're actually gonna permanently quit out of here. We're gonna and then exit completely, basically, which is great. Let's go to our code, and I was basically saying we can get rid of the tempo LSP, but that's a problem for a later day. For now, we can we're gonna solve this problem by going to our options, I think. Yeah, options. Luckily, fuzzy finding works for our files. Jeez. That... You guys definitely can hear that. Oh my gosh. That's not a car crash, that's lightning right outside the window. And it's probably gonna get worse for like the next few minutes. Luckily, this is just the clipboard section. Out of all 3 sections, this is probably the least important one. Yeah, it's gonna get crazy. Brace yourselves, guys. We're gonna basically get rid of this, and instead what we're gonna do is append with a table. I wonder if this works, because right now we have our clipboard. If we copy something, it doesn't copy. Like, so let's yank. I think. We'll just yank to the end of line. Let's try that. yank to yes, the yank to the end of line. If we paste that, we're good. But maybe if we paste it in another file, does that work? That's okay. That actually does work. What about system clipboard? So I used P there to paste, but what if I do like Control V? That definitely doesn't work. This definitely doesn't work. My system clipboards definitely not where it's at. Nothing is getting done there. So we go back to options. And first of all, let's try saving this. Now, if we yank to the end of the line, what happens if we paste? Still nothing. Hey, AD. How are you doing? We're basically, we're really just basically, sorry, I got way too into it. We're just trying to get the clipboard to work, to match within Vim and without Vim. So that's just a really bad explanation. What I mean by that is if I press Y, and go to the end of the line, $, I don't know if you saw, but then we can basically paste it here, but we can't. It's intermittent whether we could paste it. Like our system clipboard and our Vim clipboard are completely separate, if that makes sense. And then the same thing here. I can copy this. Can I paste it into Vim? We actually can. So it's one way. One way only. There's actually a couple things I can try. We're new to Vim, by the way, so I'm sorry if it's very infuriating to see a simple problem like this. We at least have some commands down, like deleting lines. Let's try saving this, because I think the clipboard configuration is what we want. And then let's go to our remaps. I basically wanted to get rid of everything. I have all these custom commands, and one of them is it has to do with pasting, which shouldn't have to do with copying, but let's comment this out for posterity. Make sure everything's written. And this is fine. We'll save that. Oh, okay. Interesting thing. You think it's better to separate system clipboard and Vim's default clipboard? The registered. Okay, good to know. Call it the registered. For instance, every time you delete something with D or X. That makes sense. That does make sense, AD. But okay, basically the use case, I'm not sure how you do this, but let's say I want to copy everything in this file. So I go to the beginning of the line, then I yank until the end of the line, 3 lines yanked, let's say. How do I get that into, like, let's say I have to work outside of neovim. I want to get that here. Is there a way to overwrite that? That you have that? I don't think I'm familiar with registers in Vim. I'm familiar with very basic yanking, and for me, P just stands for paste. So yeah, maybe, okay. Now that you've given us the terminology, let's do registers Vim. Can we see what our registers are? Let's see. Yeah, wow. This is advanced. I don't know how to access this, but I'm used to only having one piece of clipboard at a time, so it would be cool if you have like a lesson for us about how to. They're named by single characters. So what if so maybe the name's just 9. I think maybe it's getting cut off, but so let's say 9. No. Okay. Let's undo that. That makes sense. So registers, it's named by just quotation. Whoa. Okay, so if I'm a huge HTMX fan, let's say, which I don't know, I'm just exploring as well. So let's try 9y. I just tried y9 before. 9y. Oh. Okay. Okay, I missed the quotation mark. I keep thinking it's an error because quotations should be doubled in my mind. So by default, I don't think I'm going to use the. That's really good to know. I can't imagine having to yank into a specific register rather than just having a long history. But that's amazing to know. But then if I want to do quote 9p, let's try that. Oh, okay. Oh wait, let's undo that because you can quote. This is great, actually. You know. One register should. Jeez, sorry about that. One register should correspond with your system clipboard. So that's the goal, I guess. Having at least one registered be my system clipboard. So theoretically, the plus is synchronized with the system clipboard. So we can do quote. So let's go here. If what you're saying, yeah, okay, same here. This is mint, but seems like it's the same based on what we're reading. It's the second one. System clipboard is plus, so let's do let's try it out. Quotes plus yank to the end of the line, and that should go into my system clipboard. Let's check the registers. We have this one line, and so if the comments are true, let's see if the comments are true. Then I think there's still something wrong with my setup, but that makes so much more intuitive sense. You actually just unlocked it at the superpower. Jeez. I had no idea we had more than one Vim register. It's lying a little bit, which I guess is still a problem. Because it says my system clipboard is this requires statement. But my system clipboard is clearly not. I'm just copy and pasting. It's not that required statement. That's huge though. So you can experiment. AD, you said you can experiment by changing your system clipboard and seeing which registers change with :reg. Actually, good point. So let's copy this link. Now let's check our registries. None of them do, apparently. But that's just because I might have broken our I might have broken the options bindings. So how to access the system clipboard. Thanks for this link. Let's actually go line by line. Let me get this up on this computer as well, because this is one of these things where I want to purely be running on a Linux environment. On Linux Mint, how to access the system clipboard in neovim. So luckily we have a way to copy and paste into here. Let's run this command. No, sorry. I double ran the command. It might just be easier to type it out. Echo as plus. 0 means false. So I don't know how well you could see it, but there's the 0 down here. I'm assuming that means false. which is crazy because this is supposed to be an up-to-date version of neovim. There's one thing I want to check. So that's very enlightening about we've been changing some of the options. I've been following people that maybe that's my bad, but I loaded into neovim not with a fresh slate but with a bunch of options. So let's go to those options, and I have a feeling this line is like a major culprit. Yeah, I mean, right off the bat, I don't think there should be parentheses and table bounds. So what happens if we just save this and then check our echo command again? Still no. Then maybe try and get rid of the curly braces. Just checking. Okay, that's simple to do. If we want to install Xclip, this is actually really cool. How'd you figure all this out, by the way? Because you have the terminology like registers just in your head, which it's not intuitive for a beginner user what a register is. Well, I come from a computer science background, supposedly. I thought I was doing pretty well in computer science, so I know how to run commands. There's just so many layers of abstraction to do this. ChatGPT, as you can see, I try and make use of it as well, for sure. Yeah, here we go. So yeah, actually, that's extremely valid. That makes sense. But then I guess once you get to a certain point, well, having the terminology always helps. I guess there's just enough people in the same problem that ChatGPT can hallucinate something even if you don't use the right terminology. Like when I asked how to set up my clipboard, it definitely went to the unnamed plus. Like unnamed plus, make sure you have everything like that installed, because I wasn't using the word register. So let's forget about this line for now, actually. It never even brought up the word register, if I can remember. So enough stalling, actually. Sorry for stalling. Let's sudo apt install xclip. Exactly. Yeah, maybe that's a security vulnerability in itself. Anyways, exclude. Close out of that. Exit help. There we go. Awesome. Nice. Dude, thanks so much, AD. You probably saved me. I mean, I'm sure you, like, there's a way to navigate there through trial and error and ChatGPT. No, but I mean, even just like the word register. But okay, let's try. Let's close this. I think we're good. Yeah. Okay, so vim dot. Let's just get rid of that options line. It's just me messing around with the options line. Okay, now let's see. Let's copy something from the command line. Exit. And let's check our registers. Okay, so both plus and star have what we copied. That's the first good sign. Let's go into init.lua and try and paste that. That's great. Great news. Yeah, so got there eventually, for sure. With the holding shift down is also not second nature, but shift quotes plus P. There we go. Now let's yank this entire file. That's our second test. I think we were here before. We could put stuff into Vim. We couldn't yank stuff out of Vim into the system register. So to yank stuff out, let's see if I got this. Before you chat, we want to quote plus, we want to yank into this register just Y, I guess, to the end of the line. And then let's see if we could put this in our command line. Dude, great. That's awesome. Oh my gosh. No options needed, just here we go. I feel like there's times I wish I had a celebration like planned out, because there's times when I gain 0 minutes of experience and like hours of work, and this I gained maybe like an hour of experience in just a few minutes. Hopefully this is going to be so useful. Let's go. Thanks, man. I don't know, have I gotten VIP yet? Okay, not yet. If you're willing to wait, like, until that follower count goes up, you earned. Feel great. You know how in Vim you can make your own keybinds? I think so. Yes, I've gotten a little bit into that. I've made like a couple of my own. So I have this remaps file, and most of these are not mine. This seems like a prime candidate, exactly. So you don't have to keep doing the I don't even know how to say that just by looking at it. The quote asterisk y. Yeah. Let's do something for that for sure. vim.keymap.set. One thing I don't really quite get is the this seems like a n versus v versus x for the key map types. I know the first argument is something about the type. The second argument is the command you actually want to do. The third argument is the command that should do. So let's make that colon plus y. And then the fourth is options. So let's make that description equals. And I think in this case we have to use single quotes because the register starts with double quotes. So single quotes description equals yank to system. Let's see. They're not already mapped, so y and p. Okay, normal mode works for me. Actually, okay, that's great. So normal mode is n. That makes complete sense. There's one, I guess, V that works for visual mode. I'm not sure. Yeah, visual mode. Move lines up and down with auto indent. And then I is insert mode. That makes complete sense. Okay, so, because, yeah, my insert, I'm not sure if this is putting it all on the table or if this is sensitive or controversial information, but I use JK just to get out of insert mode. So that's neat that you can have key maps in different modes. Cool. You know a lot about this. So let's see, do I have leader Y used for anything? Control C. I think Control C, I have, yeah, okay, that makes sense. It's just hard for me to get my pinky down to control. I tried that out for sure, though, too. I don't know how you do it. I mean, one of these days I'm going to get into keyboards, the world of keyboards, but that seems like a whole nother controversial world as well. I'm a little scared to step into that world. Maybe with a different keyboard that would feel natural to me. I don't know. It probably depends. Like, I'd be interested to know if you're using like a basic backboard, laptop keyboard or something like that, or something more customizable as well. Dude. Nice. So, okay. I would not have guessed that because, based on like what I know about people that get very into Vim in my own life and the tendencies that I have, if I get more into Vim, I'm gonna feel like I want to customize everything, and keyboard just seems like such a natural place to go right after that. So I don't think let's see, leader Y. Let's try leader Y. I don't think I have that bound. That's honestly, I've done one thing in visual mode. I've done like adding something to the beginning of every line. I don't know if I remember how to do that. Mostly I'm just annoyed whenever I have to use my mouse, like right now, and it auto sets me into visual mode. But that's probably for the best, since I don't want to be using my mouse anyways. Like, maybe I do want to. Definitionally, I do want to be using my mouse because I am using it, but ideologically, I want to go cold turkey into this. Let's do it first. Let's do it. Let's see if leader Y works and leader P works. I'm gonna change this to P, and then hopefully I could do this quickly enough to get right into visual mode, because I definitely do want to learn. Paste from system clipboard. Let me see if that works. Hold on, exit help. This is my system clipboard, right? Exit help. Okay. Now insert leader P. That did not work. Oh, good point. I didn't even save this file. What am I talking about? I might be in a little bit of trouble. Get me out of here. Hopefully my computer didn't crash. Crap. Hold on, wait 1 second. Yeah, my computer just like bricked itself. This is very uncharacteristic of. I don't think this. I don't remember the last time this happened. I'm guessing I have like a. Let me get rid of those commands. And thanks for following, by the way. Let me get back to let me just reboot. Hopefully that solves everything. Thanks for following, by the way. You brought us 2% closer to me being able to VIP you. Computer's back up. Hopefully launching Vim. It's not the cause of what made my computer crash. Everything seems good. That was no idea what happened there, but I'm not going to. I have a shock from using. First of all, let's check our registries. Make sure we have saved progress. Get something to paste. And let's try and paste into nip. So leader. P. It is laggy for some reason. Maybe my computer's just bad, but it has 32 gigabytes of RAM. So this did work though. So, and it's so far above what I thought would happen. How's, you know, OBS probably is using like half of that though. No, 16%. It could. I'm gonna test this out when not streaming from this computer through my network. But this is so far and away more than I thought it get the clipboard working to do. I thought I would just barely be able to use my mouse to copy and paste something in here, and never heard of registers, so visual mode sounds like the practical next step for sure. One thing, when I think of visual mode, I think of like a just adding something to the beginning of every line, or to having multiple cursors. I think there is a command like that. There was like $S or something. I don't know if that's like a common thing, but let's get out of that file. Like there's a default neovim command. There's that uses something like the %sign or the $sign. I think the %sign source or something like that. So let's see. Okay. That is good to know. So what does SV do? I wonder if I have an mapping already for SV. Split window vertically. I do not have a keyboard key map for that, so let's make one. Can't use SV. Can. Okay, so some people use source, some people use %. Let's get something using either source and percent setup, and let's also clear this out. It does look foreign to me. Yep, for sure. These are like, I'm assuming anything that mentions Lua though is neovim. I'm wondering if Lua file is the current file or the just the hard-coded word Lua file. There's one. Okay. To me, Lua seems a little bit more friendly. This is good. Yeah. All these other ones are like entire functions. Oh, by Lua file, percent is supposed to be an actual file path. Okay, so this all makes a little bit more sense. Okay, your chat message, that sort of clicked a few things into place for me. Yeah, so your chat message definitely seems like it will work. Other than the SV, for sure. Let's figure something out. Okay, so oh, accidentally yanked. Okay. That time it didn't lag at all. It was just waiting for me to press enter. So leader, let's make this, what don't we have mapped? We have all the splits mapped. So let's try, do we have anything mapped with C? Let's see. What about configuration save, CS? Let's try that. And silent equals false. What about LR? Do I have anything L mapped? Because I could do like Lua reload. I do not. Because C is way too similar to the split screen things. I'd be super. I guess it's not too much of a it's not too much of a consequence if you reload accidentally, but CS actually sounds pretty right to me. CS. So that's W, and then I assume this is the last time we'll need to quit out of neovim before being able to use the command. And then oh wait, yeah. One last thing I forgot to do. We got to change that. You were almost exactly right about the path to my Lua file, except it was there's just no no Lua folder. So let's try that one last time. Fingers crossed this is the last time this is the last time we have to open Vim to change our configuration. So space CS. It did that. Do I press enter? No, I think that's confirmation that it worked, right? I mean, it just changed to Lua file and then the correct path of my Lua file. So, one thing I can try, we can do, you know, what would be interesting if we do like some visual mode. Visual mode key bindings. Now we won't have to reload, and that will be extra confirmation, but I think this is good. So that's interesting. Good to know that. I wonder, do all commands have the silent feature? Because I've never really need to put silent equals true before. So let's open. Let's open our remaps and set that to false. And then theoretically, 100%, I'm actually very excited to learn about visual mode. We should theoretically, now that we've saved this, be able to type save our configuration. And I was expecting to not see anything down there. One more time. Anyway, yeah, for sure. I feel good about registers. So let's try the visual mode. Maybe it doesn't work on the command itself. Okay, so visual character mode. Okay, so let's get our cursor in the view by typing. Whoa, okay, so we're selecting everything. Can we can we go down, like, okay, cool. Now if you press Y, it will yank the selected text. That's the one thing I did before. Y, here we go, 45 lines yanked. And actually, let's see what register that is in. So that just by default it goes to the quote register. Okay, cool. Nice. And it also put you back into normal mode. Cool, great. So that's actually a quick. That's really good to know. If I need to get back to normal mode, yanking is like a low consequence thing to do. So now we can paste with P. Let's try paste. That seemed to work for sure. Let's do it. Let's yes. Let's do it in a little bit of a cleaner environment. Yeah, awesome. Paste with P, and then I could delete everything like that, or I can delete everything. Maybe wait. So can. Whoa. So we can go V $, leader Y. One second. I think I tried. Maybe leader, maybe V $, leader Y, enter. Yes, for sure. Let's also look at what the register looks like. So the leader Y is on line 48. And then our register looks like a... So it got pasted into the quote register. Oh, you know what? I was probably doing quote Y. I wasn't doing leader Y. My bad. I was for a second I thought the double quote was the leader key. So let's see. Go into visual mode, go to the end of this line, and space Y. No, still well, okay. That time I definitely did do space Y. So let's see. Where did that go? I wonder if I have to press a key after. Dude, okay, that's a good So V is not visual mode, it's X. That's actually a good, like, if we were making a Vim exam, that would definitely go in the Vim exam. Because this has come up multiple times this stream now. I'm actually curious, just tiny detour, what are the modes and their letters? Normal mode? Okay. Let's see if XN is true. While we're doing this, let's CS. And then let's try visually yanking. Visual mode, visual block mode. So maybe we could do even like XVN. Oh wait, so when we're this seems like it's visual mode, so I'm still not sure what visual block mode is, but V should work here, theoretically. Okay. Oh yeah, okay. good point. I don't need to keep going outside of Vim. Flashbanging everyone with warning. Light mode of my stream. So leader Y. And then leader P. That did not work. So when I do visual mode, you know what? I probably haven't saved in a while. Let's try that. And one thing I have is which key. So if I press the leader key now, it should show me all the prefixes I can use, and Y doesn't seem to be coming up. I wonder if there's still something wrong with the refreshing neovim. So let's yeah, okay. Should have known I can't use V, X, and N. Okay. I'm gonna trust you on that. It just says that visual block mode is X. But yeah, let's try this out. I think the real issue was that we just weren't reloading the neovim configuration. So I'm gonna close out of neovim. Xn is still too long. Maybe I'm putting Xn in the wrong place. Oh, you know what? It doesn't hurt to have all these in like just one letter at a time. So just duplicate these two lines. So it's Y2 and then changing this to just be just X and one just N. Yeah, just X? That sounds right, yeah. Yeah. Oh, like that. Okay, yeah. We probably don't need this command. And good thing is now Lua likes this, so we're not running into a syntax error. So when I enter visual mode and go down in space, yank to system clipboard. There we go. I don't know if you see this. If we can zoom in a little bit. No, probably not. But yeah, visual mode. Go down a little bit and space, yank to system clipboard. Let's try that out. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna try and do what you said. I'm gonna try and paste in here with just leader P. Yes, awesome. Okay, so X does work. And Z, I should have known something was up when all the rest of like these keybinds just had a single letter. But I don't. That's like a really concrete lesson to learn, I guess. I'm sure I'm going to be studying so many key bindings that this is getting ingrained in my head for sure. So let's see what happens if I actually want to remove. I want to remove this key binding for a second. Or comment it out. Just to see if our system of reloading the configuration works. So I reloaded the configuration. I went down, and if I press space, I still see yank to system clipboard. So something tells me I'm not actually reloading the configuration because I commented that option out. Oh, you know what? I may have done that. Yeah, leader CS. C. So now I don't have a command in visual mode, or I shouldn't have a command in visual mode, but going up, or going down, I guess, I do. Huh. Okay, let's test that theory out. I believe you established your credibility with X working even for visual mode for V. So let's test this out for sure. Let's actually quit, and we definitely shouldn't see any. Let's go into visual mode, go down, and leader. We don't see any command. Now let's uncomment. Let's go to Let's save and reload the configuration. Sorry, this test is pretty boring to do, but we're gonna go down and use our leader key. I did save, I did reload the configuration. Maybe, oh, you know what? It also could be that the, let me go through with it. It does work. It does work. I should not be using a lazy loaded plugin to determine which key bindings are in effect at any given time. When I reload the configuration, I don't know if do you use lazy as your plugin manager? Because there's one plugin that tells me what the current key bindings are, and so there should be an event that handles whenever Lua is reloaded, or whenever our configuration is reloaded. There should be an event for also reloading this plugin. It's called which key? I mean, in case you're interested, I know I'm coming from vscode, so this is running pretty lean for me. So, I mean, basically trying to see if there's an event which reloads when we reload, when we change our key bindings. We might have to go to lazy for this. Visual line mode. Visual line. So there's visual line mode and visual mode and visual block mode. So Shift V, visual line. So we cannot do L or anything like that. It's still has the whole line selected. That's good to know. That's actually really good to know. I can think of situations to use both ways. DD. Using DD a lot. I have not used YY. I've been using like YJ a lot, but that comes up with an extra space. I had no idea YY was a thing, so. Wait a second, does YY yank the whole line no matter where you are in the line? Let's see. Yes, it does. So that's really great. Instead, like YJ does the same thing. Okay. R replaces the character your cursor is currently on the next. That's very good to know, because I always mix a insert versus append. So just having the whole character highlighted is good. Oh yeah. Yeah, like so many times this stream, it's come in handy to just, for example, like just get to the remaps. Like exactly when we're changing X's and N's here. First of all, let's get rid of this duplicate stuff. Good thing we didn't quit without saving that. It's become so useful to just change this to like an X. Do I use W or B at all? I use... Not really. I like to use W, but honestly I just use like either L or the arrow keys, or HJKL or the arrow keys, and then I guess the only time I use W is for saving, but you don't even have to use W for that. You could use ZZ, which is what I learned. ZZ just saves and ZQ quits without saving. So theoretically, I think I could get by without. In rare situations, I delete whole words. Yeah, I mean, I don't use it for navigation. How do you feel about it, actually? Like, because to me, it's so comfortable just to hold down a key that I don't end up using word navigation. I use character navigation in normal mode, but if I'm interacting with text, I might type like D2W or something to delete 2 words. So for me, it's more useful for manipulation than movement. How about you? I don't know if I can get behind that. But okay, I guess if that's an edict, that's news to me. If that's an edict, in the spirit of the going cold turkey, I'll try not to do that. Okay, so I should be doing like JJJ, instead of holding down J, and then I should. One of the good things about W is that it brings you to the next line when you're done with the previous line. I think it just comes down to getting my reps in. So now that I know it's an edict, I'm gonna try and get my reps in for sure. You know, it would be interesting. So we got the clipboard working. One thing I don't know about is visual block mode. Is that the same as visual line mode, but just like with multiple lines? That's probably a very uninformed take right now, like cringy take, but capital V and going down. No, it looks like I'm still in visual line mode there. So how do you even enter visual block mode? Let's see. Access by trusting Control V. And going. Whoa. Ah, okay, I see how this is different from visual line mode. How often do you use visual block mode? Because this seems way more useful than visual line mode, actually. Like, harder to use, but like, let's say you have to insert something. Okay, so one thing, okay, so I don't know how true this is for you. I imagine myself wanting to insert something at the beginning of every line. So what I've been trying to do is get into insert mode from visual mode. I'm trying not to use I guess from V mode I want to go into I. Hey, okie dokie. Hey. Okay, good to know. Shift I. puts you in insert mode from normal mode, but places your cursor at the beginning of the line. That's extremely useful, actually. Not even at the beginning of the line, but after every tab. That's so smart. It ignores white space. Much more exact way to say that. Then it ignores every tab. Yeah, it ignores white space. That makes much more sense. Shift A. Let's see. Okay, so I did know Shift A. I did know about Shift Append for some reason, but I never put together that Shift I would do the opposite. I've been using 0 and $sign most of the time, but these seem so much more useful, so much more handy to pull on than Shift, than 0 and $sign. I think the only time I've ever, before today, the only time I've ever used visual mode, I would very much appreciate learning how to insert at the beginning of every line, because that's the only time I've ever used visual mode before then, and I basically had to look up the command, and it did not seem intuitive to me, but basically, with what we know now, with what you've taught me so far, maybe it will be intuitive now. Say you want to comment out a bunch of lines. First, press Ctrl V from normal mode. Let's do that. And it, just to make it hard, let's go to the end of the line and then press Ctrl V and J and comment out a bunch of lines. We're in the middle of the line, so it doesn't even make sense to... I assume we have to press Shift I to get to insert at the beginning of the first line. Okay, so this is the scary part because my cursor's in the middle of the section of the first line I selected. But I had many lines selected, so I assume once I start typing, it's just gonna type like 1, 2, 3. Oh, I might have done something wrong. Let's try that again. Control V, J. Shift I. Okay. Okay. I wonder if it will work. Yeah. So, we're at the beginning of the line. And type whatever you want to prepend to the line. Hello, fish. And then once you are done, that feels so powerful. Awesome. Oh my gosh. this is okay. So there's a catch. But this is one of the very reasons I wanted to use Vim, like, because this is so hard to do in, or so unintuitive to do in other IDEs. You have a plugin which lets you select the lines you want to comment using capital V. So I just press GCC and it comments it. You know, I don't think I'll mind. Let me just try commenting these. So it is a lot to remember the first time you do. The main difference is I'm pressing Control V instead of Shift V, but that's basically the same thing, unless you're used to Shift V, which you probably are. I just press J, and Shift I, escape. To me, that doesn't seem that bad. But Vim commentary. Interesting. Okay, Vim commentary. Okay, this does seem useful actually. Like, I've never gotten the hang of like going from the opening of this tag to the end of this tag. Maybe that's one. Maybe that's one motion. But this does seem way super extensible. So this does seem. Oh my gosh, yeah. Dude, take care, AD. I'm just like super inundated with information right now. I'm not feeling overwhelmed because that's this is really good way to learn, like just using it and just using the commands that I would, and the only way to use the commands is to know the commands. So I guess going through this at some point makes sense. 100% it makes sense. No, you're good. Dude, I could take a breather for sure as well, but so I appreciated like just time to think about things. I do know a tiny bit about how to add plugins. Like, if they're not lazy, if they're not made for lazy, then it takes me a little bit of time to figure it out, but I can try. So like this would be tpope / Vim commentary. word navigation. So my package manager is lazy. It's just called lazy. I wonder if I still have it up. Let's get it up. Or lazy vim maybe even. So what I think it does is it looks for the names of GitHub people and repo names, and then there's any special configuration below that. But if there's no special configuration, then you could just include the... Oh, you know what? Actually, we should make a file for Vim commentary. So let's make an independent file. I could be totally wrong about how this works, by the way, but and then let's load this on buff new file or buff preview. So let's see, how do we use the Vim commentary? So theoretically, that's it did. Lazy apparently installed Vim commentary. I'm gonna assume it's installed. I'm not gonna assume it's installed. I'm gonna test it out. Let's see. Yeah. Wow. Okay. So I don't know if you could see what you probably. Comment toggle current line. Nice. Oh my gosh, that's very easy. But then if you do capital V mode, go down, GC. So that's actually very nice. You can do the same thing to uncomment it too. Okay, this feels a little bit more natural to me because vscode has like not a similar keybind, but it has the same idea where you select many lines and then you just type. So I totally see the appeal of this. This is actually okay. I'm glad I learned both ways though. Okay, I've never used those before actually. Let's see. Let's try bigger file. Let's try our LSP file. Okay, I can totally see how new lines become very important here then. Yeah, I'm a little bit loose with my new lines, but like I'm messy with it for sure, but that seems to be like even a general rule for even messy people is have at least like a space between your functions. So this is great. I was wondering, do you know what I thought the curly braces were going to do was let's say you're at one end of a curly brace and you want to get to the other end. I thought there was a way, like a sort of different definition of a paragraph that is based on levels of not encapsulation, but of scope, if that makes any sense. So getting from this highlighted curly brace to the other curly brace, they run different lines, %. And then this should go to the end of the function. Okay, hold on, wait. I guess maybe it doesn't work that as well with Lua, but where's the start of this function? This would be a good. Lua just has very weird syntax, but I imagine it works well with other code. Yeah, here we go. It's a good example. Okay. Oh, so yeah. It moves up too. That's awesome. Okay, so basically pressing the %sign. Let's go into not capital visual mode. Yeah, capital visual mode, and then press the %sign. It copies like basically an entire function. I imagine that is, well, we'll see. I'll be writing code in this like potentially for the rest of my life. copying a function, yanking it, just deleting it. Yeah, deleting it, yanking it, and then moving it. Yeah, before I start yammering, for sure, I definitely, I'm very interested, because he seemed to know all the cool things, so let's go. What else? Let's see. Because you're a very good teacher, by the way. You made visual selection seem very natural. Even the weird comedy case that you don't even use. So, that takes skill. For sure. Especially to VW. So my intuition is that, let's say, I just tried V with the percent sign, so let's try lowercase v actually. With the W, it will bring me to the next word, and in visual mode, and you could probably keep pressing W, yeah, and you're selecting word by word. And then you could go back and not select word by word, and $sign goes to the end of the line. I'm not sure about Shift I, if that goes to the beginning of the line. No, because that you enter insert mode. That makes sense. So you cannot do Shift I or Shift A. That's when you actually do have to use and 0, because they're motions, not commands. That makes sense. VI. Oh, sorry. I should be in normal mode for sure. V. Oh, let's see. Let's try that out. Interesting. Yeah. So that's okay. That would be good to it would be good advertisement to let you know, because J and sorry, let me rephrase that. HJKL are very unfine-grained controls. So like if you're moving up and down lines, you're very likely not going to be at the beginning of a word. So that actually, that's really cool. That makes HJKL so much more useful as well, I think. So yeah, I don't know if yeah, so one of them includes every character but spaces. One of them only includes like alphanumeric characters. I might be... So W is like more powerful than capital W code. U is more powerful than lowercase w. So I'm interested to see. So let's get out of here and go like down to this whole block of text. Basically this whole line should be selected if I do VI and then capital W, which seems very crazy to me. That seems very, very dangerous. Because I'm perpetually scared of a bracket mismatch. But oh wait, you know what? VIP. That sounds very cool. Let's see. VIP. Yeah. Okay. Oh, this is what I was. I saw someone do this. So the commenting thing, the adding things to the beginning of lines, and so selecting whole paragraphs are the things that made me want to try Vim. So this is like. Great. I don't have I wonder like VI %. So I don't necessarily have a great new line practice, but maybe it's time to learn. Like I'm very tempted to have this function from function to end, from line 84 to line 89, be its own block of white space. It's very natural for me to have white space in the function, but I definitely am intrigued about the selecting whole functions, because in VS Code, stuff like this wouldn't even be a consideration. You can do all the VI motion commands and replace V with D, and then it will delete the selection. Okay, so interestingly, once you're at this point, like whatever I have selected, if I press D, my expectation is that it will delete. But you could do that from the other selection, from the other way as well. You could select something and then delete, or you can say you want to delete and then go into I mode, inner mode, I guess, and then E. That is that's scary. That's so cool. That's scary though. I'm just so let's do a VIP D. At least for a noob like me, that's more beginner friendly. I like knowing what I'm gonna delete before deleting it, but that's very impressive to be able to do it either way. I did not know that. But to be fair, deleting, most times I've had to delete, I've had to undo stuff. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I've used delete word a couple times. I've used DD a couple times. To me, I guess quickly deleting a word or line feels a lot safer than quickly deleting a whole function. So I'm there with you actually. Well, I don't know where I am actually yet. I guess we'll see with time, but I imagine it's very useful to know like the IP, but much more useful to know VIPD. Like, that's not too much of a difference. They're both very, very cool. Just selecting and deleting. I can move on to... That's only the first cool thing? You told me like 3 cool things. Yeah, definitely. Please do. Okay, while you're typing out recordings, let me give my uninformed intuition about it. I think I graced into recordings from the undo buffer, if that makes any sense. So, like, I remember learning how to undo many times in a row and having sort of a tree of commands to use. But then I got scared very quickly, so yeah, I do want to get to a point where I'm not scared of chaining commands. Like, I do that a little bit on the command line, so theoretically it should be fine to do it in a text editor, or I don't know if it, or in like recordings like registered are named by a single character. So characters, the top row characters are all taken by the, like 1 through 9 are all registers, so do this in normal mode. Okay, check. We are in normal mode. Start a recording with T. Oh, okay, so don't actually type T. Sorry, I got confused for a second. Press Q. Okay, let's go back. Get out of here. Okay, so Q T. Gotcha. And then I'm recording T. Gotcha. So recordings can only be a single character, I guess. That makes sense. A lot of my characters are key binded already, so. Okay. Okay. Can I escape this? Let's do VIP GC. And then so I guess what I want with T is, let's comment out a function. And then to end it, maybe I press Q again. Press Q. Now you can replay that recording by pressing at T. Okay, yeah. Okay. Took me a second, but I assume that's what you did. Cool. So at T. Need. Okay, that was fast. Okay, so this is the comment out function. It's just so fast that it doesn't it doesn't register. It just gets straight to the end. But let's take your example, I guess, to see it doing 10 times. So Q, Shift A. Oh, wait a second. Oh, my bad. Sorry. Q. I got confused for a second. Given a block of text, add foo to the beginning of each line and bar to the end. You can do this with the recording very easily. Let's try that out. That's a good challenge. So let's I'll use F as the recording key. So Q, F. Then go into visual mode. Yeah, sorry. You can do this with the recording very easily. Shift I through JK. So I physically pressed escape. So let's retry that. Okay. So QF. Shift I. Foo. JK, and then go down to the next line and end the command. Okay, so, and then if I type 2 at F, that makes sense. Okay, so you start on a line, you go to the beginning of the text, go to end type bar, go down to the next line, and then it repeats. That makes complete sense. For some reason, escape. Okay, I was trying 15 at F. That's true. That's 15 at F. This is cool. So this is a way to not do capital V mode. I was trying to do, so if you want to add text at the beginning of every line, maybe a one-off, I could do capital V. But this probably is just as efficient. Just doing the command, recording the command for one line, and then playing the command for as many lines as you want. That's also easier to remember than going into visual block mode and remembering to be at the beginning of the line every time and not seeing what you're doing really. So, wow. Okay. This is even cooler than I thought. I had no idea that for such a lightweight thing, this is so. If you have a not too big chunk of text, you need to format in some way. The task is not too. Yeah. Yeah, my mind's racing right now with how much this would have come in handy in the past. Let me save that link for later for sure. 2-minute video with a current example. Let's see. Oh, let's see. Oh, I want to keep that open. Not even 2 minutes.
So let's start out by creating our.
I hope, Philippe. Okay, wow. Okay, so this part isn't going to leave the stream. This is probably going to get muted, but let's see.
I want to talk about Vim recording. What this allows you to do is record a series of keystrokes to be played back later so that you don't have to continue typing the same things over and over again. As an example, let's look at the prime factors kata specs. We see this old rspec syntax here, the shoulds, and what we want to change that to is an expectation syntax. So let's start out by creating a recording, hit the key Q to start the recording, and let's assign it to the registered 2. So then let's start out by finding all instances of .should, go to the beginning of the line, change that to expectation that we're going for, close it off to equal, then delete to the square bracket, and finish our recording here by hitting the letter Q again. So to access our recording, we hit @ and the number 2, and we continue doing that all the way down. But this is a little bit cumbersome.
Yeah.
Vim allows us to do something even cooler.
So instantly, like, there's a search, right? Yeah. Let's see. Hold on, wait. I want to see the cooler part, and then
we can play that out 9 times by hitting the number 9, access our register 2, and there we go. In just a couple keystrokes, we've completed that 9 different times.
Okay, yeah, no, we know the cool part. Cool. So I guess the combination it would just be searching for something like um I, I'm gonna I totally respect your time. So if you need to go, don't worry about it. But the next thing I want to learn is how to search. So it seemed like he did something to search for should and um, search for the next instance of the word and recorded that the first thing he did is go to the line with the next instance of the word. Um, Control F. Okay, so okay. That makes sense. Okay. And then there's probably some extension to this to do some regex. To find and replace or something like that. Oh, okay. Okay. So whatever is highlighted, if there are multiple things highlighted. Wow. So just to do what he did, let's record uh, Q4, and then uh, just um, N D 3L, and then change every word of capabilities to abilities, and Q. So let's see if that works. 10 at 4. No HL search. Okay. Oh, you know what? Yeah, that's annoying. Oh, you know what is I think I have H mapped to something, but what I've been doing is I've had to select things before. Now that I think about it, and I just search for something that there's no way it's going to be there. And so the next time, I guess that doesn't work actually. No. Um, oh yeah, it does work. You just have to commit to it. Okay. To me, okay, that seems okay. So far. That is annoying. But I mean, I guess with cool stuff comes annoying stuff. F. I definitely do not know F. Okay. So to get to the start of setup, I could do word a couple times, or I could do um, fs, or wait, fs, fs. Okay, so if there is no more s on the line, like it will not go anywhere. That makes sense. Okay, so let's try that with ft and then semicolon. We'll go to the next t. I wish it wrapped though. Um, because pressing semicolon, I don't know. You could probably can't see that I'm typing semicolon. Other than my face frustration, it is. I guess I can navigate to the next line with JK and then press semicolon, and it saves the F command. Okay, so if I do I, even if I'm adding I, it will go to the next I, and then if I keep doing that, it will go until there's no i's left in the line. But then if I do capital F, I, it will go back to the beginning of the line. That makes sense. That makes sense. Same way as capital N and lowercase n and percent and percent. V F. Okay, let's try that. V F, and then let's delete everything up until that open parentheses. I wonder, or select everything and delete, and it includes deleting the open parentheses. Okay. So if I undo that and then do let's do S here. So let's do V F S. It selects that, and then I could delete it. First S does not include T. Then it will move to one character before the first occurrence, and likewise with T. Okay, so delete everything up to the S, but not including the S. That may okay. I'm more prone to do that, so that's actually very good to know. T and capital T. That is Interesting. I mean, it reminds me I should probably put in my records um VIP. I get that. Yeah. Yeah. I'm getting H&L fatigue already. So that makes sense. It's nice that H&L are very simple and H and JK no are very simple ways to start learning Vim, but I hope I don't have to navigate character by character most of the time. That makes sense. So to me, like the percent signs a superpower, the VIP, like this stuff's a superpower, and then I figure the one thing that is cool that I've seen people do is get very complex with with the way they do things, and I think the reason that is because they're less afraid of undoing than I'm afraid of. Right now, I can only undo linearly, and it does what DIP. Ah, okay. So is that also true? Like, so is that also true of all of the D commands? Like you could do CC instead of DD, and it will change a line and then place you in a way to insert that line. That's very nice. So I can instantly start typing. That's very cool. CAWC. Change the inner word to I like how a lot of the Vim commands are like people invent lore in um, lore about what they mean. So D just maps so perfectly to delete, and C just maps so perfectly to change. But I guess that's not always the case. Because capital I guess makes sense that it's next. Capital N does not make sense that it's previous. And then F. I guess that does make sense that it's fine. Find like the next occurrence of a letter. Random bit, but Control A and Control X. Increment, decrement. Do we have any numbers? Let's see. We do. Control A. That's cool. Okay, that's actually really cool. Once, so like you could do well, I know how to write the same integer over and over again. So in V mode, J will join lines. Yes. J will join lines. Yes. Okay. I have a remap to that, I think. So let's go into V mode and do capital J. That's my bad, I guess. Yeah. Jeez. So let's comment this out, maybe. And then V. Make sure to reload. Yes, good point. Okay. On leader CS. And then V. So maybe I'm not quite at. Let me hard reload. So it's not taking the line with me, it looks like. Oh, select a couple lines using V. Then use J. Let's see. Yeah. Let's try that. Oh. Okay, let's do the command. 50 at F. Oh no, we're not even in a file. Okay, my bad. Get out of here. Dot. There we go. Sorry, I wasn't even in a file. So none of these rebinds should be doing anything anyways. So let's try capital V, select a couple things, and then I'm gonna start pressing capital J. Ah, okay. That's awesome. So it adds to the end of the line. So, okay, hold on, wait. I want to see. Is it just wrapping? Yeah, it's just wrapping. Okay. So. I can't say I've ever wanted I'm a huge fan of spacing things out, so this looks very ugly to me, but I guess it's good to have it in the tool belt. Oh, like chained functions, for example. I mean, that makes sense. So I really like beautifully. Honestly, I like sorry, let's use Word. None of my key bindings work. I love this, even though it's very spaced out. But let's escape, undo. And I'm just noticing that this duplicate's there. Hopefully it hasn't always been there. Honestly, I think it's very cool to have. I can see myself using visual mode to select a bunch of lines and then bring them all together to like move them all together. I think That's very much more useful than condensing them into a single line. AD, thank you so much. You're like, you made this evening probably like 5 times more educational than it was going to be. So I'm super happy you could join. And I really appreciate you teaching me. I'm I was not sure that Vim was going to be fun to cold turkey for a week, at least. But now I'm very certain that it's not going to be a slog. It's going to be very much fun. And it's going to, I'm much more confident in its ability to potentially win me over. So I'm going to try to establish a schedule, but there's like a whole block of 20 days coming up that I cannot stream. So I'll probably try and establish a schedule after that. This upcoming month, it's probably going to be random, but then after that, I hope to get pretty organized with it. I usually don't stream this late, but I guess I can't say what usually happens. I think when I do set up a schedule, it's going to be from like a block of time in the afternoons in American time. So yeah, please pop in. You're definitely always welcome, and yeah, take care so much. Thank you so much, AD. Have a good one, if I don't see you. That was great. Let me get key bindings back and we'll practice some of that stuff. There is one more to-do thing on the to-do list, which is the, I don't know if we could see it up here. Awesome video, by the way. Let's see if I can like it. What I'm going to try and get done tonight, even though it's getting a tiny bit late, is Telescope is like a plugin that let me get out of here actually to show everybody. Telescope is a plugin in this neovim config that if you press, I configured to press space FF, and right now it does a great job of searching files. So I can type in the name of a file like CO, and everything that has a CO anywhere in the name, it uses I think maybe sed, grep or sed. I get those two mixed up to find occurrences of CO in the file tree. But then there should be another command I have called fs, which uses grep to find strings in files. So like capabilities. That word appeared a lot in the LSP, but it just doesn't. It just doesn't work. So I'm wondering if there's like a common way to do that. first of all, and while we're doing that, let's get our reps in with like the VIPs and the CIPs, stuff like that, and maybe record some commands if we can. So, the initial research that I did was, oh my gosh, this is terrible. I already accepted cookies. How is it not? This is terrible zoomed in. The reason it might not work is probably the same reason my clipboard didn't work. Potentially. It's I have one terminal where let's actually make sure my key bindings are okay, and then get out of. Let's see if we have grep installed. We have grep installed, so I'm surprised that telescope doesn't work. But you could see in my terminal, like, we're working with grep. Let's actually make this a little bigger if we can. We have Packer, we have telescope. We did solve this one. So RG is the actual command, it looks like, for rip grep that apparently telescope needs. So let's try sudo apt install. So RG rip grep let's see if that fixed it in and of itself. If so, that would be the easiest fix ever. Ha! Did it really do that? So now we know we have so many instances of the word capabilities. And we could go, can we go to any one of them? Yeah, it just opens right up. How about, if we do fs, can we do, oh, we need to search something first, sorry. Let's try and do something that, like remap, I think, happens in so many files. Or at least happens in 2 files. Let's try rem. It happens in init.lua, it happens in remaps, and it happens in tree sitter. So with this list of stuff, if we press Control Q, I'm going to press Control Q now. It should bring everything to trouble, right? There's a whole video about this that I've tried to watch. Let's see if we can see what's going on, because what I'm trying to emulate is the vscode Control-Shift-F behavior.
So consider doing that. Okay, so the first example I want to show you here, we'll pop open neovim.
Nice.
And let's say that I want to find some kind of string across all my files. So let's open up some index.tsx. So this is a TypeScript file. And let's say that I want to go down to the food variable here. So from here, I can do a find grep, and this will allow you to open up a little grep. This is a built-in plugin for Telescope,
but
and I can look
it's the
for
same
food
thing.
S, and I have a few different options here. So I have, you know, one in one file and a couple in this file. And if I do a Control Q, then that will send it to the quick fix list. And now in here, you can see I have a couple of different files, and I can go between the different options. Now I want to replace this text, so I can do cdo and then a matcher. So
wait, how does he go between the different options?
And different options. Now I want to replace this text, and I can go between the different options. Now,
okay, so it's just file navigation. It looks like JK, just the same way you move across in the file. How do I, if I were to do that, first of all, I think the conversation I was having before was here's my Vim configuration. Let me load it up on GitHub for everybody. Okay. So specifically the Telescope plugin. That's actually, why are we doing it here? Why not do it within Lua itself? So when we press Control Q, we want to send all our actions to the quick fix list, just like in the video. This is our intended behavior. Yeah, okie dokie. Thanks. Glad you're still with us. It's been like much longer than I thought for learning neovim, but I learned much more than I thought as well. I hope you've been chilling. It certainly doesn't feel like 5 hours. It feels there's very much a focus that I could probably continue for a while, but I understand it's getting late for like 90% of the world. Right, 90% of the world is sleeping. That's crazy. Anyway, I mean, this quick fix list in Vim is it's just so valuable that, and it's like a core feature of vscode that I want to get in Vim. It's probably the only thing that vscode has going for it that Vim doesn't have, in my mind. As that if I go to my quick fix list, if I can get rep working, like, which it is, but if I can get the quick fix list working from this, which is just Control Q, that's the last remaining feature of switching to neovim. So there's a lot on the line here in case that hasn't come through. So I think something's wrong with my Control Q command. And what ChatGPT suggested is that the plus operator isn't used for function composition. You might want to chain these actions or call one after another. Here's a possible way to refactor this, ensuring the syntax is valid and logical. Let's make like a whole function out of this. So just do one after the other. Hey, D. Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm let's get this video up. Let's see. Winning Google Kickstart 2021? The problems are introductory level. So, okay, so Vim definitely seems to, I don't know if I'm showing this. Vim seems to come in handy. If you know what to do and you just need to type fast. You inspired so many people to quit programming. Okay. Thanks for dropping the link, AD. I'll check it out for sure. Because I was once tempted to get into competitive programming, but there's just such a high skill ceiling, meaning people, even in my computer science class, were just so much faster than me at this that, you know, maybe I stand a chance now. Or after learning Vim for a while. But let's if I watch without audio, I'm not sure. Well, I don't think I get audio copyright striked. And I don't know if this guy, I mean, if he's like a cool guy, then hopefully he's not going around copying, striking people. But I think I want to, if it's 37 minutes, I want to appreciate it in its glory, in its full. And so I'm probably going to collapse after the stream because it's skip to the middle. Let's see. Problem D, checksum. Okay, looks like one of the most replayed places was like around 21 minutes. We could try it.
Cool.
Watching it
A little.
Fine. Because I'm certainly impressed by stuff like this.
Under 20 minutes. So GG's. I don't have any right answers.
Oh,
so
I thought he was typing there. Maybe it was just way too fast. Okay. At some point he has to start with an empty file. I think this is where he is. Starting. Let's see.
So the first problem is, let me take some time and zoom in a little bit. I'll just use this.
Okay, he copied and pasted, but he has to start typing something. He's just zooming in.
So
Probably
the first
this.
problem, we're given a string, and we want to change some characters of the string to make it a particular goodness. And a string is...
Oh, this is his solution. Okay, let's go back to 10 minutes.
For the rabbit to make jumps of height greater than 1. We'll stack several boxes. It's a cube with equal dimensions, which is max. Too dangerous for the rabbit to make jumps of height greater than 1. Like their absolute difference in height to be a missed one box. It's a 2D grid with R rows and C columns. Allows to jump. Cube.
A little small for me to read, but
Okay.
I'm not in.
Okay.
Okay. What? Okay. What? Okay, so okay, let me see if I can up the quality a little bit. Okay, so this doesn't save you from typing a for loop, but he's still a very fast typer.
Yeah, so you have to add boxes so that each of them is at least their neighbors minus 1.
Yeah, he's just in and out of there. Like, he had that G-I-J ready to go and just yanked it and put it right back. Oh, come on, you could have copy pasted that G-I-J. Or not copy pasted, but had that ready to go. He's so fast at moving around. Wow. There you go. Here he goes with the yanking. Okay, he's just running it. Like, you get, like, before you know it, he's in and out of the files running the commands. Jeez. He just, that was the whole problem. Well, okay. Also, he has keybinds to run the file too. That's crazy. Yeah. He like that was over before you knew it. Like before you knew he was out of the file and running, and compiling it and running it and testing it. And then submitting it. But also, that just takes so much skill. Jeez. Not just the skill to Vim keybind, but just having the. He wrote the code correctly just the first time. Like, even just a simple code like that. Minimal typos. That is a. That's probably more impressive to me. That is a. Okay. Wow. Is that him? He's number 3 out of So he did problem D and C, and so he has to do checksum and. Well, okay, he already did Rabbit House. He's just waiting for the submission verification, right? That's crazy. Okay. I mean, so there's just like a whole confluence of skill there. And he's like a couple people I knew in computer science undergrad, just competitive programming is like. I used to think competitive programming is a skill unto itself, but now you just have to respect that it's 3 skills, just like accurate typing, fast typing speed, like Vim key bindings, at least 3 skills, because you're using the right tools for the job, you're typing fast and accurately, and your mental processing power to dissect the problem has to be extremely fast, as well. So yeah, it's such an intimidating area. Jeez. So I guess that intimidated me to get away from competitive programming and away from Vim as well. But now it's more inspirational than anything. Like I don't have to really. I just got to respect it. Before it was like we all treated each other as like competition in the computer science undergrad courses. But no, it's so inspirational to know there's a high skills ceiling out there. Because nothing's stopping you from. You don't have to be the best, but it helps that there are people better than you actually to help you get better. Let's see.
Going to be doing Google Kickstart around it.
I know this guy. I know William. I don't know him personally, but I've seen him before for sure. Yeah. I think I've seen this very video. He just annihilates it. And of course they're all using Vim. Wow. I probably even didn't notice that, but first time. And of course they're all using like they're all using C instead of like Python. They're getting very close. Like if assembly were fast enough to write, you'd probably be using assembly. Or C++. Okay. isn't there like a tiny millisecond difference between C and C++ runtime speeds? I don't know how much that matters in these competitions, actually.
Okay.
35 lines yanked, put right into the web IDE. Wow. Doesn't even wait to check if it's correct. Or does he? I'm just being a little facetious. I think, yeah, it's extremely fair trade-off for people to prefer C++ for stuff like this. If the goal is writing faster compared to running faster. So standard library isn't as extensive. Some people like that, I think. Some people like the like just not having, only having one way to do things, not having the confusion of C++.
So
I'm not sure I was able to develop a strong opinion on it.
you already took this many plays. Yeah. From top to bottom, okay.
I'm sort of treating this just like no, I'm a little dumbfounded. Like honestly, he let's skip to the most replayed, but I'm sort of treating this like art. Like
Okay.
I don't think I've even attempted to read the problem.
Let's check the scoreboard.
Okay, let's see if we could even read this. Tambourine has prepared to finish. Find the maximum difference across any sessions.
I think you need to binary search by answer here. So
Okay. I mean, let's see. Start 7 minutes until because this could easily be like a 40-minute problem for me. It's not instant for him. It looks like it takes him about 3 minutes. Okay. Have I heard of Devon AI? I have. I don't know that I know what to make of it. Sorry for the mic pop. Because like they're so secretive with what it actually is. I saw another one of the like the CEO doing a math competition, and like answering the problem before the announcer could even read the problem. Um, Now, let me see if I could find it and post it in chat towards the end of the stream. But they're just so secretive, so I don't know how much. Like, they should be able to do amazing things, and I believe in them. But I just like I'm so much more willing to give credit to like things that are actually out there, like ChatGPT, for how much they've betrayed the like community by becoming closed AI instead of open AI. This is just like an amazingly useful product, just as a product, that you can actually use. Devin, I don't think you can actually use unless you're like just like a VC or you know the people. So I'm holding my breath, but also that sort of inspires me to like just get good at the raw skills I can get good at, because nothing I can do will change whether Devon AI comes out or not. So I don't. So it's cool. It's fun to pay attention to for sure. Um, but I think I sort of try and insulate myself a little bit, other than just like being impressed by it, um, just to try and maintain uh, like a healthy mindset. What I think is a healthy mindset of just like growing my interest in growing as an engineer. But I do like I don't think I'm ever going to go back to competitive programming. So maybe if I were going back to competitive programming, I would be more intimidated by this. But I'm very proud of the people that are doing this stuff and making Devon AI if it becomes a reality. Like more proud than intimidated by them. In all seriousness, like I don't think it like encouraging progress for sure. Um, I don't think discouraging progress is like a good thing. So I'm very celebratory, I think. Um I hope um yeah. Yeah, thanks for sharing these actually. Um so I hope I can get to some level of output like this, but in writing like a Go server or something like that. Um, so yeah, take care, AD. Um, in order to do that, I just got to put in the raw raw dog, cold turkey, whatever it is. So and in order to do that, let's get that um, last vscode feature into neovim. Honestly, can I live without the fuzzy replace list quick fix list? Probably, but it's just so nice to have that I'm gonna put it in. It's just like I'm gonna do it. So let's do it. Um So actions sent to selected to quick switch list. Let's VIW, even though it's just a single character, and delete that. Say L I make this a function, so go one line up. Don't care about formatting, actually go down. And go to the end of this file, this line, replace this with parentheses, go to the end of this line and replace it with parentheses and end. Let's try and save it. And let's see what that does. So get out of here, FS. Let's do REM, and let's bring this all to the quick fix list. Error executing. Attempted to index local picker, a nil value. Send selected to QF. Okay. Let's try so the live grep result is still what happens if I just go here and go next? Nope. Still has the search buffer on. Whoa. Okay, undo whatever I did. What is the issue? Trouble. There's some trouble going on. Missing required fields in tsconfig. This is not tsconfig. This is treesorterconfig. Is there a difference? What if we put modules down here? Oh. Let's get rid of this for now. Pretend nothing changed in this file. Okay. Let's just keep ChatGPT in the dark. I'm going to tell ChatGPT that we fixed telescope search script, but we didn't fix the quick fix list. Oh, okay. So what if we just type trouble? So it opens up the quick fix menu. And then if we type C add expression, hello world. Let's close trouble quick fix. Then add like a super simple expression and then open trouble quick fix. And yeah, okay. So yeah, it looks like the problem's with trouble itself. Okay. Let's try XW. Are there any diagnostics to be found about XD? Okay, so what we're looking for is Okay, I'm gonna make sure trouble's up to date. How do we do that? Lazy. How's trouble doing? That's great. Looks like it's working. Aperture, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, guys. Hey, Aperture. So we're here. We're almost at a really good neovim setup. I don't know how much you guys have experience with neovim, but to me, not so much. But we have a few plugins. We're using the lazy plugin manager, and fellow Vimbro is my aspirational title for sure. Let's see. Right now I'm a vscode soy dev, if you want to call it that, and I'm going cold turkey for at least a week. So Vimbro is a possible outcome of the week. Let's see how and based on how it goes. And I got basically everything I wanted set up, like you guys chatting here. Thank you so much for everyone chatting here. It's just been so helpful to even just learn the commands like VIP, and then like I'm just continuously impressed with what I learned by streaming, and I have I've heard of streams of code, but yeah, mainly the Primogen. He actually like I wrote off Vim either because I thought VS Code was good enough, which maybe it is, or like the people who were doing Vim were for using Vim were like the competitive programmers of like the most elite universities and hackathon competitions and stuff like that. But no, like it's really I don't. It seemed inaccessible at the time I was in university, but now it's just so. I don't know. I just ran out of excuses to not try it. um, Hopefully not for longer. I mean, not saying that's a bad thing. I certainly fit the description of Greybeard, Netbeard, maybe potential, at least a future Greybeard, Netbeard, if not a current Greybeard, Netbeard. But honestly, it's just really accessible. I don't think it's like needs to be that way. I've been trying to convince non-Greybeards to give it a shot. Honestly, so what I've been saying, Vim does like VS Code has a very good interface for Control Shift F to find all occurrences of a word in a current file, and we're like 90% of the way there. Hopefully, at least. I have space fs, and we're capable of looking at all the occurrences of every word or all the occurrences of every file using the telescope. And I'm just trying to get trouble to list out all the occurrences of every word once we narrow it down using telescope. And so basically there's not many custom functions that I've wrote by myself, but I'm very much, I think I'm getting close. the I forgot where I was, honestly. Okay, so we were actually in the LSP, I think. No. Dude, where's okay? Honestly, I forgot how to use my file tree already. Telescope. .lua. There we go. That's where we were trying to go. And then it's not a telescope problem. It's just like this seems like a clean way to do things. It's a trouble problem. Like if I try to add anything to trouble, like for example, my last two commands, let's get rid of this for now because it really, this isn't the issue. And then open up the trouble quick fix menu. Just nothing shows up. Oh my gosh, yeah. Thanks guy. Thanks, Aperture. Yeah, so I think our telescope configuration is fine. It's really our trouble configuration that I have to compare with other people. Okay, do we have both of these? We do. We have basically the same setup. So I wonder, okay, so let me make sure the configuration for trouble is fine. Like just trouble. Do we have any things needed? Trouble.env. What if we added to do? So let's try that. Because to do should definitely open in trouble. Even in like this file. Brings a nice little check mark next to here. So, save for posterity. And then go to a different file. So we do. That's interesting. There are to-dos, and they do get marked in trouble. So things can get added to trouble, apparently. We delete it. Is it marked as complete? It is. Okay. No to-dos found anymore. Cool. What else? How can we isolate trouble? And yeah. So we return trouble.neovim. Is there any setup in this guy's GitHub repository? Okay, so this is the configuration we can use. Open with trouble. Okay, that's a different custom command. So let's go back to our telescope page. Yes. Okay, so instead of CQ, what if we try CT? Oh my gosh. Is this it? Is this it, guys? We got stuff back in trouble. And then we got trouble back in our IDE. It's a little precarious, but I'm getting a little better at Vim functions, so I think this is a solid place to be. So the last thing, okay, so let's try and do a find and replace. Okay, so okay, so you can rename things. LSP. It depends on the LSP. You can't do it just worldwide in the file. So when we go back to the trouble list, replace all occurrences of the search in the current file. So leader S, we'll try that in normal mode. So REM. This is my one task. I'm very tired, but this is my one task to try and do. Oh, okay. So the file is the buffer of the list of matched strings itself. It's not individual files. Okay. Let's see. So we cannot use the quick command to do so. We have to ask okay. Yeah, so I understand. So we can search for stuff in Telescope, but we just discovered that we can't modify stuff from within Telescope or Trouble. We have to go to the files themselves. Let's see. It's a good idea to see how other people have tried to do this.
Place this text. So I can open neovim, and let's say that I want to find some kind of string across all my files. So let's open up some index.tsx. So this is a TypeScript file, and let's say that I want to go down to the food variable here. So from here, I can do a find grep, and this will allow you to open up a little grep. This is a built-in plugin for Telescope, and I can look for food s, and I have a few different options here. So I have, one in one file and a couple in this file, and if I do a control Q, then that will send it to the quick fix list. And now here you can see I have a couple of different files, and I can go between the different options. Now I want to replace this text, so I can do c do and then a matcher, so %s and then food s, and we'll just rename it to Fred. Now C do, as you can kind of tell from the prefix, which is similar to any of your other quick fix list prefixes of C and then something else, this will apply this regex across all the files that are in my quick fix list. So applying this, I'll get this little message here, 3 substitutions on 3 lines, and then if I go up here into the file, which you can see at the top, then I have Fred replaced, and if I do a leader and semicolon, then it'll jump me to the next item in my quick fix list, and this is a shortcut that I have set up, so check out my dot files, and I'll link those in the description if you're interested. So we can see that all of these were placed. Success! Now that may have been pretty fancy, and maybe you don't have Telescope, I don't know why. I don't know why you wouldn't, but maybe you're one of those people. So let's go and use our LSP. If you didn't already know, neovim has a built-in LSP, so you can actually use this line right here, and you can use vim LSP buff rename. And
I guess I don't understand. What's the difference between the quick fix list and the search results list? Okay, let's see. C open. Oh, so items are being entered into the quick fix list. I think. Okay, error. Attempted to index local picker. Let's bring. Okay. Let's actually go to telescope and delete. Undo that. I just want to delete this word and move this up. So if we quit our Vim configuration, then go back in, okay, so our config for telescope failed. Let's go back, make this get to our last good state, which I think was just the base file he had. What's wrong with this? Why don't we try this? Grep still works, right? It It does still work. Awesome. Rep does still work. So then if we do also display I want to see how Ocean set up his telescope specifically.
Guys, in this video.
Okay, telescope. That's our fuzzy finder.
I place my cursor over it and I can do space FC and it'll look for key map throughout my project. I can use tab to select a specific set of results here, and then if you use Control K to go over one of them and do tab again, it'll deselect it. I can send these to the quick fix list to go back, and it'll look for key map word under my cursor. So let's say I want to look for this word key map here. I place my cursor over it and I can do space FC and it'll look for key.
Okay, so let's try that specifically with key map. Why not? We have all the words
Key map throughout my project. I can use tab to select.
I can use tab to select these guys.
A specific set of results here, and then if you use Control K to go over one of them and do tab again, it'll deselect it. I can send these to the quick fix list with Control Q.
So that's what we've been trying to do the whole time. Control Q. It works.
I'm going to close this with :Q and enter. Alright, next I'm going to set up a greeter for neovim with alpha.nvim.
And then I guess we can make a command to do... What's the syntax for replacing? Line. That's good enough, right? So undo. Just undo everything. Make sure we're all set. I think we are. So we know how to replace a set of things. If for some reason the LSP doesn't work, we can add stuff to our quick fix list, space XX, which is right now empty. But we could search space FC for config, and for some reason, if we just wanted to add that to our quick fix list, we do that. Config equals function. Just go right to it. Open up our quick fix list. How do I move from quick fix list? So now that we know how to use the quick fix list, we just want to remove the specific entry. So do we just let's undo what we did? And then we just decide we want to add a different set of things to our quick fix list. That's how we do it. So we just remove stuff from our quick fix list by creating a whole new quick fix list. My gosh, let's flex it off a little bit. Feeling comfortable, dude. Okay. We didn't get to play any Stardew Valley, but I mean, it's too late for that at this point, honestly. But it is. This was great, man. Thank you so much to Aperture. Thank you for raiding. Thank you so much to Okie Dokie for being here. Thank you, especially AD. Let's go. We leveled up our Vim knowledge. He was a great mentor. Not even probably gained 2 levels at least. However you define levels, we gained 2 of them at least. We're really rocking it. Jeez. I just have one thing to say. I'm so proud of people like Kickstarters of code, the winners of Google Hackathon competitions. I'm so happy for the people that have the freedom to win. Let's go, guys. While we're listening, bring it on. I guess we can't use Git within Vim, but let's just close out. Okay. Just in case we ever go to Rust, what else did we had Temple, we had commentary. Let's go. Okay. One more to get status. And sax in the background, perfect. Do we have any other editors? We don't? appreciate you guys being here tonight. Even if you're just able to stop in. I'll be posting this to GitHub, of course. Let's go. That's a lot done, guys. Once again, thank you for being here. Hope you guys had a good stream, enjoyed it as much as I